Good evening, race fans. Welcome to the Talladega Superspeedway. Tonight's coverage by CRN. They're going to bring you the UCRL Xfinity Series, and this is going to kick off the second half of the season. 10 races down, 10 races to go, and we'll see who kind of starts shaking free in the championship running here. But this one could produce something that's going to shake out the tables here a little bit. It is Talladega. It is the big 2.6-mile tri-oval, and this thing it's a beast. I mean, it is one that some drivers look forward to. Some drivers like the the bumping and the drafting and the pack racing, and some guys just absolutely fear it. And typically it's the guys towards the top of the point standings that are absolutely fearing it, because they know how big they can drop down the order, how many points they can lose. Well, we got 16 cars out here tonight ready to take the green flag. Carl Hamwork in the booth, joined by Jimmy Cover. Jimmy, this is the farthest thing we can pretty much get to a short track.
Yeah, you don't get any longer than, as far as ovals go, as Talladega, and it's going to be close pack racing here. Right now we do have 16 drivers on tap to get out here and run. We talked about a little about the points right now, Carl, and I put it up on the screen for the fans that are on YouTube there. AP Phillips on top over Tommy Ryan, Grady Gherkin, Justin Kirby, and Christopher Pichard for your top five. So not a huge disparity in the drivers, obviously, and anybody still has time to come back and make those final positions and make a run at championship as we are halfway there. But yeah, only 25 points separate JP Phillips and Tommy Ryan. And one big accident here, and it could take out the whole field, considering there's a lot of vehicles. So I do see a lot of they've been practicing green flag kind of pit stops here during practice, and that's good to see. But on top of the championship standings that I have up on the screen now, we do have our team standings. Right now, Black Magic Motorsports up on top with 4,774 points over Mid-Pack Black Magic Motorsports with 4,416, and then Turn and Burn with 4,135. So pretty close running there for those three teams as well. It makes things interesting. Anybody has a chance of bringing home that team championship as well. And I guess as we're waiting for them to get out here and run some qualification laps, and they don't matter too much here at Talladega as the draft is king here. But right now, where you can see, we are at the 11th race of the season here at Talladega, and then next week we'll go from this long track here down to a 1-mile track with the Milwaukee Mile, head over to Worldwide Technology Raceway, then over to Iowa, Kentucky, Richmond, Nashville, Dover, Myrtle Beach, and then Atlanta for our 28th race of season. So a lot of good racing on tap here with UCRL, and it's just going to be, this is just one check in the box. It's something that I think every league tends to go to, and it has at least one super speedway race, and for UCRL, it's Talladega.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people look at this track as, maybe they're one shot to win it. I mean, usually anybody in the field has a chance, but you will see, some teams, like to kind of break off and go towards the back. You will see other teams that do the exact opposite and want to lead and want to stay ahead of any potential issues or anything like that. But regardless, whether you have a team or not, whether you're in here as a solo driver, you better find somebody and find somebody quick. And really, when it comes to the pit strategy, you need to come in with somebody else. This is not a track where you're going to be the lone guy out there saving it, 1 extra lap, 2 extra laps on fuel. If you're in a group and they come in, guess what? You're coming in whether you want to or not, because the time that you will lose by not being in that draft, if you drop off of the back of the pack in the draft, it's dead. I mean, that's it. The only way you're getting back there is a yellow, right? If you don't have any kind of friends out there.
Yeah, and with it's a nice little field, solid group of drivers, obviously, and any one of these drivers could win here tonight, especially being at Talladega. But, they do have teams within the league, and we're going to see how well they work with each other and get out here and put some times in. But it's really going to be interesting. It's going to be a lot, I think, white knuckling, being so close together. I would expect to see a lot of 2 wide, and obviously that 3 wide, a big, huge possibility, as you can even run 4 wide here. I've seen it gets extremely tight, but I would not expect it from these drivers early on. But we might see some of that as the race goes on and it gets down towards the end, depending on what people sit. But you talked a little bit about the draft, Carl, and this is one of those tracks, where you get out front. It's not always the best choice, as you can pretty much get ran over by the drivers using the draft. And when you're out front, you're the guy using the most fuel. You're the driver that's gonna could technically be the one that has to pit, and if you don't have friends around you, you're going in by yourself.
Yeah, and even when it comes to the end of the race, this is probably one of the few tracks that the leader, more often than not, does not come around to take the checker flag when the leader got the white flag, doesn't end up winning the race. And if it doesn't feel right, I mean, you're at the point, you're controlling the field, and yeah, you can throw some blocks on both lines, or possibly all 3 lines if you got a 3 wide coming to the end there. But more often than not, there's going to be that one group that's going to get a good run. You're going to get past, and realistically, I mean, if you're asking me, I'd rather be sitting there second, third, preferably in leading one of those secondary or third lines to make that run at the checker flag. I don't want to be the guy that's out front, because I think you're just a sitting duck.
Yeah, and usually, the leader, if they have a teammate behind them, and they're gonna work together, especially being down on that inside. You really have to commit to each other to end up pushing yourself to the best finish possible, as it usually tends to get these huge runs on that outside. And Talladega's start finish line is past the tri-oval, so they have a long time coming out of turn number 4 to keep that position. And we see I usually tend to see a lot of incidents as the race unfolds. But qualifying is over, and we'll go ahead and I'll pull up where everybody decided to start here tonight, as the drivers are getting ready to get on the field here. But yeah, here's the qualifying. Have 17 drivers on the field. Jeff Ryan being on point here tonight in that number 67 for the pole, followed by Trevor Hunt, JP Phillips, Grady Gherkin, Tommy Ryan, James Stallone, Mike Ells, Andrew Ratcliffe, Steven Johnson, Chris Burchard, Justin Kirby, Jake Lesh, Brent Kirby, Tim Glass, Peter Przuchek, Matthew Simmons, and Jasper Crawford. So there's a lot of drivers you can see. If you look at the right-hand side of the screen, half the drivers didn't even bother putting in a time. So the kind of, I guess that'd be a little hint, I think, that at least half the field is planning on just taking their time and knocking out these laps until they get down to a point where they think they need to maneuver to put them in position for the best finish possible.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, this being a it's hard to kind of predict these races. I mean, realistically, these guys can just go out there and they can run 65 of the 70 laps and not pass anybody. I mean, they could stay in double file exactly where they are for the entire race. Come in, make your pit stops, come back out, and just stay status quo for 65 laps, because it's really the last few laps that matter here, and you want to stay safe as long as possible. And I mean, you can literally go, especially with only a 16-car field here, you can go from 16th to first, probably on the last lap, if not with two laps to go. So really, at 5 to go, you're kind of analyzing where you're at in the field, where you want to be, where you think the runs are coming at a premium. You want to be in that line. You want to try and figure out your way to get to front of that line, and kind of all put the chess pieces out there and get them ready to go for those last couple runs. Looks like we got the Ada Mike Ellis finally getting fired off, and I mean, extreme fuel save mode.
I mean, is it fuel saving? I mean, hopefully he gets he has plenty of time to get back in that position. As that's not his starting spot. As he's up in that position here, so mid pack. So maybe just run out quick to get a drink or refill his beverage, or take that quick 1 minute break in between time when the drivers finish their qualifying to get back up there. Yes, but yeah, the 8 does look like he's going to fall back in position, but I'm sure the drivers were a little concerned, like, where's the 8? But definitely plenty of time here at Talladega to make it back. So it's going to be a good one here, I think, though, Carl. I think you're going to see just a lot of, hopefully we see a lot of patient drivers here throughout the majority of this race until they come down to their pit cycles. And I'm hoping. I love it when they all come down pit lane all in one shot here at Talladega. I've seen it a few times where it's been successful, but I've seen other times where the driver's just too hard on the brakes or not watching the guy in front of them very well and end up getting in accidents. So we'll see if they can execute this high-paced entry here tonight. But we're getting ready to go green as they exit the last corner heading down the tri-oval.
Yeah, I mean, everything I said is, I guess, plan A is just kind of run it out 65 laps and then worry about those last 5. That's plan A, but it hardly ever goes to plan. But Barney is waving the green flag. We're racing here at the Talladega Superspeedway. We'll see which plan all these guys are on, see which teams like to go to the front, which ones are going to want to go to the back, which ones are just, kind of feeling out the track. But it is on here at Talladega. Gets 70 laps on tap here tonight. Looks like we have a timer ticking now, at least on my side. I'll have to check and see if everything is good there on the stream, but it is 2x2 still down at the backstretch. These guys will probably just kind of feel everything out for the first couple laps, but I think eventually you're going to start seeing some guys kind of fall towards the back and just kind of create that secondary pack. Right now everybody's still right there together.
Yeah, and this is what I expect for the majority of the race. Trevor Hunt obviously moving up a spot there in front of taking the lead there over from Jeff Ryan. We've seen Jeff blinking out just a little bit, but yeah, pretty much just double file all the way, front to back. You're going to see the front 4 working together, pushing each other the best they can, and maybe you might see some maneuvering here and there. Maybe if somebody goosed up an entry or something, or a bad push down the back stretch or front stretch or whatever it may be. But you can see, like, right there behind the 99 Tommy Ryan, the 2 of Peter Pazucheco, there's maybe a 3-car gap, and then in a matter of not even a quarter of a mile, he was able to suck right back up to the back one because of the draft. So there's no running away here tonight as these 17 drivers tackle on Talladega, but if you're running in the back, you don't want to lose that draft. That's your main goal if you're going to hang back there, is don't lose the draft. Don't become the solo car, because you will get eaten up as the lap times in a pack or are in about the 50-second time zone. And you can see them there with the qualifying. They were right around 53 or 54 seconds, and that's a lot of time to lose per lap.
So you'll see these guys sometimes, ducking out just a little bit, going to the side, and still staying in that line, but you won't see it right away. But certainly, a few laps into this race, guys might be ducking out of the draft just to try and get some air on the front of that car. These cars are not as bad as the Xfinity or even the trucks as far as overheating, but if you're tucked up right behind somebody, you're not getting any air into into that grill in the front of the car. So you're certainly going to be rising those water and oil temps right up there, and need to get some fresh air out there. But it looks like Grady Gherkin going to get to the front with help from DeLone, and it looked like for a second there was going to be 3 wide. But we are 3 wide towards the back of the pack. These guys getting a little bit tasty here early on in the race, but Gherkin is going to clear Trevor Hunt, and now we'll see if Hunt is going to stay here or if him and Ryan are going to try and work their way back past. But on the outside, the 11 of Johnson looking for another groove up there to try and get around the 9. Not getting any help up there, though.
No help at all. And it looks like they had checked up. You've seen, I believe that's the O2 of Jasper Crawford, so it's good seeing him out here tonight in that Jasper machine. But he's stuck down below. But like the 9 just seems to have lost that pace, and he's not quite, not cutting it close enough to grab that side draft, which will drag you forward as well. But right now he does have Andrew Reckliff on the tail end there. So we'll see how the 9 of James Malone can take the push from the 24, and you're going to see them scoot up here pretty quickly.
Well, another thing you talked about, with the guy out front kind of being out there by himself, if he doesn't have teammates letting him know when they're going to be pitting, is he's going to be burning up the most fuel. He's the one pushing all that air. Everybody else behind him is getting that little bit of draft and getting all that out to save fuel. So, they could potentially make it another lap or two compared to your leader. So he really has to be, conscious of where his teammates are, when they're going to be pitting, and got to be a lot of communication to make sure he isn't going to get hung out to dry.
Yeah, you don't want to be hung out to dry. You need, that's a lot of drivers will get out and I want to lead a lap. Some leagues, it's worth a point, so they want to get in that position to earn that point. But a lot of times you're like, all right, I got my laps led. Let me get down out of here. And when you're out front, it also tends or feels a little bit safer, Carl.
It does, and you're not trying to figure out where that guy in front of you goes. Because when it comes to the bump draft, you can hit him a little bit on the side here with the Xfinity cars. They're not as touchy, but generally you want to try and hit them smack dab right in the middle of that, your front bumper to their rear bumper. But when you're cruising around here at close to 200 miles an hour, and the guy in front of you, if he's dancing around a little bit, it's hard to kind of pick that spot where you're going to hit them at the right time as they're possibly moving back and forth here. So it's a little sketchy, and if you're that guy at the front of the pack, you definitely want to be as smooth as possible and keep that wheel as straight as possible. Stay right on one of the lines, whatever line you're running. And I think the other thing we haven't brought up is pushing the pusher. Jimmy, you want to explain that, or why you shouldn't do it?
Yeah, one of the things that tends to cause accidents is, everybody wants to push, the driver in front of them as we're going 3 wide here, as we're talking. As you can see, it is capable here to go 3 wide pretty comfortably. But yeah, you don't want to push the pusher. That the guy that's pushing has got his nose on the rear of the one car, and then when you add that third car, the car in the middle just becomes extremely unbalanced, and it gets really loose. But creates a bunch of speed, and ends up just usually somebody getting upset and ends up turning them. So a lot of times you just kind of, if you're that third guy, or you're behind somebody, you're not the first guy behind a leading lane, or if you're back a little bit farther, you want to just stay off that bumper just a little bit. You can still get a good draft going, being close. Without being like right on the bumper, but as soon as you have 3 cars with all their bumpers touching, it's just bad juju. But right now it is Andrew Ratcliffe making his way out front here, up 16 spots. So he chose not to qualify, but you can see right now the 57 of Brent Kirby working with Matthew Simmons there on the outside just by themselves, and they were able to use that side draft from that inside line. But right now we're on lap 9 of 70. I wanted to check the report for tonight, and I believe where's it at? Pre-race briefings. There we go. They're estimating right around 45 to 50 laps. And that all depends on like if you're out front, are you drafting, how much are you lifting? Because you can lift quite a bit, and I think one thing that some drivers, especially look more towards like maybe drivers with not as much time on the sim, realizing, especially here, like Talladega, you're like, oh, I can go fast, just put my foot on the floor. Sometimes you just need to lift just a little bit going in the corner or to stop that car from pushing out and drifting into the car onto the outside. So if you see drivers kind of like drifting up a lot, maybe they missed their mark a little bit or they didn't lift up enough because of all that momentum goes to the outside, and if you don't control it just a little bit, you can end up washing out and hitting your competitor there on the outside. But a little bit of maneuvering going on through the field as the drivers keep swapping back and forth. You see the 57 of Brent Kirby has made his way to the outside of Andrew Ratcliffe with Matthew Simmons pushing him in the 49. The 02 of Jasper Crawford moving his way through, looking to that high side outside of the 8.
Yeah, so much for plan A and not getting too crazy here. Already 3 wide towards the front. We had 3 wide for the lead not too long ago. But right now it is Kirby and Ratcliffe out front. And these guys are 2 by 2. Every once in a while it seems like they'll go single file for a majority of the field or a lap and a half, and then all of a sudden, no, I want to get racing again. And you see 2 or 3 guys jump out there to that secondary line and start pushing once again to try and get to the front as Simmons jumps out, and I feel like that right there, that as quick as he jumped out, that could be a car overheating a little bit. I mean, it didn't look like he was jumping out there to make a move. It looked like he needed to get some air on that car, and that's the least thing that you want to do is blow up a car from running too fast right up behind somebody.
Yeah, everybody's doing a good job right now. Even Justin Kirby sitting in the back because he's falling back from the start, and this is just saving fuel. They got into where they got a little racy. Maybe didn't feel comfortable and just make your way to the back. But right now, some movement up forward here with the Jasper cars, the 2 and the 02. As they have now, merged up as basically as one, kind of hang out with each other. I'm sure they're going to help each other the most as possible. But like the 57 going on up to the top is probably going to get left out there by himself, as there's nobody else out there to pick up. So a lot of times just go back. All right, it's like I got up there, maybe I got my lap led. Let me fall back. My brother is towards the back of the field, or maybe some of his other teammates. Whatever it may be, so you go back, pick them up, and you're faster as a group. As you can see, we're starting to break up just a little bit. We got about 8 drivers up front, and then back there with Matthew Simmons, then Brent Kirby, Jake Lesh, back here in the number 51. And then you have Tim Glass, and then Trevor Hunt and the gang, all single file here, just kind of hanging out towards the back here, and just they're not far off, and by no means in any danger of not being able to finish well. I think this is just more of a safety call here, as they just trying to be safe and be able to finish this race and not be up there towards that front pack where they're battling kind of back and forth. And nothing unsafe so far, but we've seen a couple moves where, somebody's gone to the outside or out there. It looks like now the 8 of Mike Ells is getting pushed out front there by the 02 of Jasper Crawford. And then obviously Peter Pazuchik out there as well.
Yeah, I think we need a counter of how many drivers have led a lap here, out of 16. I feel like just about every driver is going to have their moment in the sunshine here. But it looks like they're leaving Mike Ells out to drive. We're going to be 3 wide to the line. Give that to Andrew Ratcliffe that time by, but Jasper Crawford now getting pushed to the front by Peter Pazuchik. The 02 and the 2 yellow and blue Jasper machines right there. We're certainly working together, but Bouchard now looking at 3 wide on the outside. We are on lap 15 of 70, so still got a lot of racing to do here, and these guys should be in line for at least 1 pit stop, like Jimmy was saying, and possibly 2, depending on how everything shakes out here. And you never know if a yellow comes out, but typically for the guys that are hanging back in the back there, even the ones that are by himself. You see like Matthew Simmons kind of back there, Kirby back there as well. You want to stay within about a half a second to maybe 3/4 of a second to just get you a taste of that draft. It just so you know you can still kind of reel these guys back in whenever you want to, and it's okay to kind of hang back there just a little bit and let these guys run. But I feel like Kirby is back there just maybe a little bit too far. Certainly the second group that is farther behind him, starting with Trevor Hunt, is definitely back too far at this point. But they could always, you know, group up together single file and try and charge these guys down. But as of right now, we got Ratcliffe and Crawford battling out front for the lead this time by on lap 16.
Yeah, that's just what they're gonna do here. Barney's looking around, making sure they're all being safe out there.
Not even watching the race.
Not even watching. I think he's half asleep at the time. I did hear that the pace car driver does have a name. I'm not quite sure what it is. I mean, I know we can always call the flagman Barney, as he's there for every single race. But the pace car driver does have a name in iRacing. I heard it on a video that I was watching the other day, and wanted to remember it so I could bring it up, because we never really give that guy much appreciation as he is sometimes in some races. I think he leads more laps than some of the drivers out here. So, but that hasn't been the case here with UCRL. They've had a lot of good races, a lot of green flag running so far this season. And right now, Andrew Ratcliffe enjoying his seat out front, all by Steven Johnson, Grady Gherkin, for your top three, and then just everybody's just really close. And it looks like that back, you know, led by Trevor Hunt, I would say well organized in a single file, and just kind of keeping together. I think they're slowly starting to catch back up, because they fell back there quite a bit, but I think they picked up, nope, actually, Brett Kirby did catch back up to Jake Bush as they moved back up to the front pack. But this backpack here, I think they're working together, as obviously it's Tommy Ryan and Jeff Ryan. And you got JP Phillips out there, Trevor Hunt, and Justin Kirby too. So a lot of good drivers in the back of the pack, just kind of biding their time here tonight. You know who's not out here tonight is Mr. Scott Polster. I haven't seen him out here tonight. As usually we have Scott out in the field, definitely busy. Something has happened.
Looks like we are still green here. Looks like everybody's still straight, but this is going to really break up the pack here. We'll see if and when they can all group back up together here. But we're going to stay green. Yeah, Scott, unfortunately, not able to make it here tonight, but he was going to try and hop in this corner and at least kind of officiate the race here a little bit. May need that looked at right there.
Let's see. Catch what happened here.
No, and the two Jasper teammates getting together and into the 11. Bouchard gets around on the outside, a little help from the wall. Matthew Simmons straightens out the 11 just a little bit, but everybody going side to side, and really good job of saving it there. And it doesn't look like too much damage for a lot of these cars, and that's something you don't want. You don't want any kind of damage here. You want to be able to go as fast as possible. And great job by all these drivers for working it back in there.
Yeah, and that's what we were talking about, and that's why that backpack was kind of so far back for something like, not, you know, obviously we stayed green here, and I think that's going to affect a lot of cars, and it looks like the 11 of Steven Johnson is going to be that car that's going to be a little bit under power here, as he's way off the pace currently, and going to make his way probably back to the pits as he's down below the yellow line. So Andrew Ratcliffe is still out front. Grady Gherkin and Matthew Simmons, you know, had a little close call there. You see the front end of Chris Bouchard wrinkled up, so doesn't look like the car is under power at all, but could be a problem if you stick that number 28 in fresh air, Carl.
Yeah, and that's really the thing. There's times where you can have a damaged car and you see it wrinkled up there on the outside, and it can feel fine and perfect when you're tucked up behind somebody, and all of a sudden you get that little bit of run, you feel a little bit froggy, and you jump out there, and it's like hitting a brick wall. And that thing just has no aerodynamics, and I think that's what Bouchard just kind of noticed right there when he stepped out. Now, these guys do have a faster pair, but it's really touchy as to, you know, if and when you want to use it. If these guys are only going to have to make one pit stop, obviously you're going to take that faster pair if you're Chris Bouchard. But it gets sketchy, you know, when you use that one and only faster pair here at Talladega, because if the big one happens and you're involved, that's the end of your race.
Yeah, and you can see that front pack right now is out to a 4-second lead over the second group there, led by Trevor Hunt. So basically two fields back here. They're, like I said, just over 4 seconds apart. But again, still back here, organized as the O2 has clinged to the back there of that pack. So two distinct packs. The 11 is still making things work. He is currently a lap down already. So. But he's gone in the pits, so now his car, you know, will at least work. Now he's going to hope for a caution in order to get that lap back and you know, caught back up. But again, you know, they only have 17 drivers in the field, so I think now with the taste of that, let's not do that, let's not ruin our race. You know. Maybe we'll kind of settle them down here as we're
make them up here a little bit.
Yeah, we're reaching about the fourth of the way through here as well. Lap 23 of 70 with Andrew Ratcliffe out front over Grady Kirk and Mike Elsinge.
We got two distinct packs forming right now, and again with this second pack here, they're all single file all the way through, not fighting each other, and that's because they just want to, you know, keep within the you know, the real end zone here of that front pack right now. But it is Andrew Ratcliffe and Grady Gherkin leading this thing. Matthew Simmons, Mike Els, and Peter Pazuchek, your top five. But you check back with me. By the time they get to the next corner, it's going to shake up once again. And as you see, Els going to the outside there, getting pushed by the 9 of DeLone. And I mean, for Bouchard back here, I think he's good enough right now to hang in there. He's clearly hanging on to the back of this pack right now. It doesn't look like he can step out at all. The one and only time he stepped out, he went back here whether he wanted to or not. But it's definitely a lot of damage. The more I look at that car, that thing is really beat up on the outside, and really it's just one little touch of the wall is what did everything to the outside of that 28 car. So that's how quick it can go awry. And unfortunately for him, no caution, and he's gonna have to survive this thing till they get to the pit stops. And I would think you're gonna have to rip the Band-Aid off and take that faster pair to get back going here. But other than that, we got 16 cars on the lead lap. Steven Johnson, the 11 involved in that wreck, is the only one that is a lap down right now.
Yeah, and you can see how much the other two packs are gaining on the 11. You know, even though he went in, he took the fast repair, got everything done and completed, get back out there to not go too far down, and is in danger of going 2 laps down right now. So obviously he's wanting a caution right now, but with these drivers are really kind of pairing up kind of single file with the exception of the front, and that gap from that second group is you know, starting to come down a little bit. They were at a little over 4 seconds a few laps ago, Carl, but now they're down to 2.7 and closing. As I'm just trying to leave that graphic up on the screen for everybody to just kind of get an idea what the interval is and the separation between the two groups there. And I guess that's the best way to represent it to you, you know, without being, you know, actually there on the field and watching this thing here live. But these drivers are just making things happen, going around here, having fun, and it is fun to you know, run this close together. It's kind of gives you a rush, and you're just hoping and trusting that the drivers around you, you know, can handle their car and keep it off you. A lot can happen at almost 200 miles an hour.
Yeah, and there's a lot that you don't want to happen is really what it comes down to. But these guys seem to have settled down just a little bit. I don't want to say too loud, they may hear me, but it is, again, 2 packs. The first one being led by Andrew Ratcliffe, second one being led back there right now by Brent Kirby. And it's pretty much half the field in each. But I think that second group it's definitely catching them, but I think they'd be happy just to kind of hang within 2 seconds, just again within sniffing distance to be able to run this front pack down. They want to be back there just in case anything happens in that front pack. They'll have time to make their maneuvers, and that's why you've seen a lot of the drivers be able to make it through that first wreck, because they were spread out just a little bit. But unfortunately, the lone man right here, Steven Johnson, down a lap right now, and the pack is closing in on him to put him down a second lap, and he's just hanging out there right now, 1 lap down. He would be the lucky dog, but once he goes down 2 laps, that lucky dog is still going to mean he needs 1 more caution to get him back in the mix of this thing.
Yeah, and you can see that, he's I got the dashboard up there for everybody to see. He's running about 175 miles an hour, down up to about 177 down the straights. And then when I go back, I'll say go over here to like Grady Gherkin, you can see right there, they're running at 187 miles an hour, but 10 mile an hour difference. It's a pretty good closure speed, especially on a track like this. How they're going to handle when they come up on him is, what will plague some league. You can see the 11 up on the high side. I'm sure he's going to try to squeeze in, grab, and sniff that draft as they go by. So they're down on the inside. You can see how far the 11 is dropping back, and he's got to try to fall in, catch that draft, and speed back up. Got back here, you have it's Tim Glass with the Tire Post car in the 18, but he's going to try to fit in right there in front of Chris Richard. Give Chris Richard a little more of that wind wind blockage, so Chris Richard can use his draft to get maybe catch back up. And the 11, I'm sure that he has got a clean car. He'll be able to suck right back up to Tim Glass, but the damage is done. He's 2 laps down. He needs to get into a position where he's actually leading this pack, and then if a caution were to come out, he'd be able to get back on the lead lap. But Andrew Ratcliffe loves the lead, and right now he's the driver out front right now, over the 46 of Grady Gherkin, Mike Ells, Peter Pasuchek, and James DeLone in that top 5, and Jake Les, Matthew Simmons, Tim Glass, and Chris Richard make up your top 9. And then back there in the second group, we got Brent Kirby, Trevor Hunt, JP Phillips, Jeff Ryan, Tommy Ryan, Justin Kirby, and Jasper Crawford. So still spread out just a little bit, about 2.5 seconds to separate each pack here. You do have Steven Johnson that is working his way through. If he's listening, yes, we know that you're 2 laps down, and if you can get to that position in front of and basically lead this group, you're on that lucky dog spot. You'll be back on the lead lap. So we'll see where he pans out for the rest of the race, but right now it's all Andrew Ratcliffe.
So getting back to the question we had earlier as far as the pace car, I believe the pace car driver's name is Benny. I could be wrong on that, and I'll have to check in on that. But I think the reason we know Barney's name instead of the pace car driver's name is we like Barney as much as he kind of sits up there and twiddles his thumb for most of the race. He's the one that waves our favorite flags. He's got the green flag, the white flag, and the checker flag. And when we see Benny or whatever his name is in the pace car, it's never a good thing. It's it's because a caution came out. It's the start of the race where we're just waiting for these guys to fire off. That's why you feel bad for him, but nobody likes to see him.
No, definitely don't want to see Benny. He'll come out and show his colors, and they got a lot of drivers out there, and we were talking about the 28 and having a little bit of right front damage. You see that tire's exposed, so it's a good thing that he's not under power, just loss of aero for sure, and that is a big thing that you need here. And you can see right now he can tuck right up behind Tim Glass there in front of him, so just kind of switch over here so he can move, but he can tuck right up behind somebody. 28, Chris Richard, great pitcher at the moment, just cannot plow the air like Andrew Ratcliffe can right now. So He's just got to hold on for a few more laps, I'm sure. Probably another 10 or 15 or so, and then make his way into the pits and get things fixed. But right now, Mike Ellis trying to take that lead from Andrew Ratcliffe on the outside, followed by James Delone and the 11 of Steven Johnson. So, Mike Ellis, James Delone, haven't talked about them much this season, and they're out here tonight running the super speedway, working together pretty well up on that high side, trying to get around the 24 of Andrew Ratcliffe. And if you're just Andrew Ratcliffe, you just you get your foot on the floorboard and you just keep on going. Also, the gap to the second group has opened back up just a little bit, back up to 3 seconds, Carl. So, once these
we have an issue at the back here.
Yeah, Jasper Crawford.
Oh, what was that? Was that a blown engine, Jimmy?
Oh, I
on
don't
the 59?
know.
Because I seen a puff of smoke before there was contact.
Let me slow this down, and then we'll go to the 59 of Trevor Hunt.
Right there, big puff of smoke. And that really slowed him down in front of JP Crawford. And you see Jeff Ryan, Tommy Ryan making their way up towards the top, as does Hunt. Unfortunately, you see right there the 0-2 of Jasper Crawford trying to figure out which way that 59 is going to go. Chose the wrong way and follows him down into the grass. But yeah, that could be engine issues there for the 59.
And it looks like Jasper Crawford is in right now. And
this is Trevor Hunt limping around.
Yeah. I believe I dropped down in the cockpit. Yeah, the car is toasted as he's got to painfully watch everybody fly by and go laps down as he was having a good run. And he talked about the overheating and the drivers poking their nose out, and that might have been the case with Trevor Hunt here. But so no caution. Trevor Hunt's going to go work his way into the pits and try to get that. He's going to obviously use that fast repair, get back out here and get leaders that could have spelled danger as they were able to act quickly and avoid a caution. But that was a close one there by the 0-2 by a very misjudged re-entry in front of all those drivers.
I know Trevor Hunt likes to run the Ren and Stimpy paint scheme, so dare I say the 59 car's engine went blammo right there.
Oh.
It just fits.
Unfortunately. I mean, there's nothing you can do. I mean, we talk about all the gadgets and stuff that you have, and some of these, like the FOVs that the drivers have when they're in the car, they don't always see the dashboard. So if I go here and I change to cockpit view of Chris Richard, this would be my view when I was driving. This is how I would look out the car. I don't see a dashboard. I don't see no clusters. I don't see no oil, water filter, anything like that. So I would have other things that would allow me to see that. And they have digital display units. They got overlays. They have, I think if you hit D for dashboard, or D for dashboard, I think in the game it'll bring up I think it brings up RPMs. It brings up something. I know, and to allow you to see that. Ooh, and the 9 and the 2 touch and the 2's gonna go.
Oh, big incident right there, and that will be a caution. Some still getting into it here. And that wasn't the big one here at Talladega. That was the mini one for sure.
Yeah, but the one that brought out the caution. Ooh, this is already too late.
We'll have to bring it back and see what got the 9 loose to begin with, as that was a huge incident right there.
BK doesn't do very well with super speedway sometimes.
Was that a little net code that started that thing? Looked like maybe netcode contact between the 9 and the 2. Sent the 9 down onto the apron.
9 washing up a little bit.
It was close. It was close.
Yeah.
Yeah, not sure if netcode came into play or not, but sent the 9 down on the apron, and he tries to get it back as clean as possible, but you see that thing just kind of bouncing up there. And then netcode, for sure, in between the 9 and the 2, officially starts this wreck. It collects the 9 of DeLone, the 2 there, Pazuchek. A big impact here with Andrew Ratcliffe and Matthew Simmons getting involved big time right there. And again, it's not the big one in regards to a lot of cars getting involved, but you see the 0-2 right there of Crawford getting involved.
Tim Glass.
18 at Tim Glass sneaks by right there. But, I mean, a big one in regards to big impact and big damage to some of these cars. And, I mean, we're halfway, and I think a lot of these guys are going to have to use that fast repair right now, and they're going to have to drive this second half a little bit on eggshells.
Yeah, just a little bit, because now that fast pair is out of your pocket, this also allows anybody that was if they were one lap down to be able to as long as they weren't involved in the incident to get back on a lead lap. But I'm gonna go ahead and hop on board here with I think it was JP Phillips. Yet, I could grab his perspective. There he is. We'll go on board the nose here, and you can see up ahead at the top of your screen, parts just flying, and this is kind of, I think, why this group of drivers has fallen back. And obviously they had to fall back a little bit with the blown motor at Trevor Hunt here, but you got parts flying all over the place. That's one of my other broadcasters of the sale, so yard sale, pieces everywhere. But you see that the 2, Peter Pasuchek going around, drivers kind of up still on the wall. So JP, go on down this extremely wide backstretch here to avoid all the collision there. You see the numbers wiped off that Napa machine. Matthew Simmons bringing it down, trying to collect the 49. So plenty of chaos right there, and that's what tight racing or track racing does, with everybody being so close. So now we're going to have everybody grouped back up here on lap 40 with 30 laps remaining. So we're going to need to come down to pit eventually, but this, everybody was able to come in. I believe we were talking about so everybody came in to pit, got their fast repairs. Probably maybe some new tires, maybe not. Usually tires wear very well here, but now it's just kind of like, did you take the bare minimum amount of fuel, and you're gonna save a little bit so your car's faster at the end? What if a caution comes out at the end? We know these things have extra caution. Or did you top your fuel tank off? So you can definitely go multiple laps past the final green white there, but. There's still a few cars coming in, maybe topping off for fuel after getting their lap back, whatever it may be. But right now, it is Grady Gherkin out front.
Catching up on the couple of comments over here in YouTube, and Barry out there rooting for Grady. So he sees his man in the 46 up front. And Chris, we did get you a few shots of the 28 car out there when you did have damage. So hopefully all these guys that had damage will get their repairs in and done here. And I mean, do you take a chance here, Jimmy, if you have a little bit of damage? It's on lap 40. This is probably going to be your last caution, but if another yellow comes out, potentially if you're involved in it, you're kind of screwed if you take the penalty or the fast repair right now. Do you take a chance of just having the crew repair it here under caution?
Well, it really depends on, how much was done, and Chris Richard, he already knew that he could draft well, and he could be somebody's buddy and push him to a win, but there was no way that the 28 was going to be able to stick his nose out, slapped in the face by a wall of wind, and then that the gash, right there above the right side would just slow him down like a parachute. So and he would just, lose his spot. So his best bet would have been to just push whoever he can get to. But, he had to make it his way through the field, and there was really no way to do that. So you just really got to kind of think about when you want to take your fast repair, and as a chance you take, here with these super speedway races. The drivers that were in the back were able to, be able to take them fast repairs and get caught back up. Right now, it does look like, Jasper Crawford is back out there. Trevor Hunt's back out in the field, and so is Matthew Simmons. So, we're ready to go here. So you can go back. I'll hit the gap so you guys can see where everybody's at. So, Jasper Crawford and Trevor Hunt are 1 lap down. Matthew Simmons 2 laps down. So, yeah, this is a close one here, Carl, and, this is kind of what we expected with the plate track racing. Some drivers love it, and some hate it.
Green flag.
We're back under green here, as got a pretty good start there by Grady Gherkin as we head down into turn number 1 as across the start-finish line.
Yeah, these guys are now good to go on fuel and tires all the way to the end, so we can settle this thing on the track. But, I mean, obviously, once it gets towards the end, it certainly brings in potential of more cautions before this thing is over, because the guys just get a little bit more racy. You'll see 3 and 4 wide racing, I'm sure, towards the end of this thing before we settle it. But right now, Gherkin is leading Jake Lesh at the front. Mike L is leading that outside pack with Peter Bajuchek pushing him. Tim Glass, the man that was the slipperiest of all the drivers in that last caution, just sneaking by, has now snuck his way up there into 3rd. So
yeah, same thing with the 51 of Jake Lesh. He was running another one. Almost got captured up in that mess back there. But a lot of them drivers are back out in the field. Are doing well still. It's good to see the 51 of Jake Lesh up front. Mike Ellis been battling up front here all night long on that number 8. And the 49, Matthew Simmons, making a 3-1 to Peter Bajuchek. And the 18 of Tim Glass, using that draft in between the cars. It's a little kind of crazy, though, as I touched the 18 just barely. I was surprised he was able to maintain the control of that car. It was getting a little wild there. You see the 24 of Andrew Ratcliffe going to use in that center lane as well.
I didn't think the 8 was going to give him enough room there to sneak on the inside, but he does, and now he is going to be out there and kind of freight train on the outside. Definitely don't want to push on the corner of the quarter panel there for Andrew Ratcliffe, but falls back in line here behind Matthew Simmons, and got a good run here on the outside, trying to push their way all the way to the front of this pack. It was still Gherkin that time by on lap 43, as we now click over to lap 44. So we got 27 laps to go here at Talladega, and these guys are already getting a little racy. Still got plenty of time before this thing shakes out, but Matthew Simmons now to the front.
Yeah, Matthew Simmons, getting out in front of Grady Gherkin only puts him 1 lap down, along with Jasper Crawford and Trevor Hunt. The only problem is he's the last of the 3 cars on the lead lap, obviously, so he's not going to be able to break away from this pack like if we were at a short track. So, you just gotta, have fun racing and, be a team player. Maybe if your teammates up there, give them a good push of a win or something. Just keep yourself in position, that if cautions were to happen, maybe, the dice will roll your way and you'll be able to make some time. 57 of Kirby is making his way on the outside, followed by Tommy Ryan and Jeff Ryan. Now we have the 11 joining them on the outside as well.
It's the first time we're seeing Tommy Ryan make his way to the front. His brother Jeff right behind him, but Andrew Ratcliffe hanging tough at that middle line, and really that's kind of the risk-reward line when it comes to the end of this race. It is the riskiest because all it takes is that car on the high side to have a little bit of bobble, or the car on the bottom side to have a little bit of bobble. You got double the opportunity to kind of get wrecked out, but you also get double the side draft, and you can really kind of work your way all the way from the back to the front if you got the cojones to run that middle line. And you've seen Matthew Simmons do it now. You've seen Andrew Ratcliffe get to the front, and Simmons going to push Ratcliffe here And we've got a new leader again, and again it is the 24 Ratcliffe, but 25 laps to go here. It's time to start, thinking about down the road here, thinking about where you want to be. And I think some of these guys right now are kind of testing out the limits and seeing how quick they can move from the back to the front, and which line is kind of the preferred line, which line do they want to be in, as these guys look like they're going to work their way around Matthew Simmons.
Yeah, I mean, those drivers know that he's a lap car, and he's, obviously trying to enjoy his race, what's left of it, and do the best he can and be in position to maybe get a spot back. But like I said, the 49's kind of goal now is to find your teammate and assist them the best you can by, give them a good, make sure you push them down the track and, make sure that they have a good race for your team. And that's just basically, as a driver, being part of a league, you got to kind of know your situation, and position that you're at, and especially here at a race that can count. You can see the 49 doing a pretty good job all over the 24. The rear bumper just has to be careful it doesn't get too loose, and you swipe left or right too hard, as it would really take the 24 and from across the track. So I'm sure the other drivers that are behind that are see that and kind of just be careful. Maybe be a little more timid, but they are pretty wide right now. Ooh, you see the 57 touch the 40, or the 46 and the 49 touch just ever so slightly. 49 now stuck in that middle lane. He's going to end up dropping back to 67, giving the 57 a nice shove down the backstretch as they enter into turn number 3. 57 is getting a little bit too hot, though. He's going to go wide. A little tag with the 49 and the 22. JP Phillips gets into the 18. The 2 goes down to the inside of missing. They're down on the apron. We're still green here with 23 laps to go. JP Phillips is trying to collect that car. Still green, still green. He's able to collect it. We're all still green here. Lap 23. 23 to go, I should say.
Yeah, and that is your championship leader, and that's exactly why your championship guys dread Talladega. It just takes one little thing like that, and now he is all the way at the back of the field, and unless he's got teammates to come back there and pick him up, he could be out of this running right now and finishing way behind this field, because he does not have the draft right now back there by himself. But it is the 57 now out front, and this is the first time I think we've seen Brent Kirby at the front of this field. But the field once again getting spread out with the little bit of bumping and banging in the caution, well, not the caution, but the near caution there. And we've got a couple packs forming again, and I think if you're these guys in this lead pack, you got to be smart. Now's your chance. You can try and stretch out, just get single file, run as quick as possible, try and stretch out and get away from that second pack, and go racing at the end. But it doesn't look like Chris Bouchard has that in the cards here tonight. He wants to get out there. He wants to see what this side draft can do, if he can work his way all the way up there by himself. But now he's got Jake Lesh looking to try and help him on the outside.
Yeah, and obviously that incident there, put the points leaders at the back of the pack there. They were getting pretty racy there with coming down towards the end of the race, but 21 laps at Talladega is still quite a long time. You're talking about 15 minutes is still driving close to each other. But you can see how you talked about being smart and single filing up and trying to make their way and pull away from the other field. You see a little bit of bumping and banging and back there again with Matthew Simmons as he continues to drive here. A little bit of that almost looks like a pushing the pusher. It's so close.
Doing it again right there, and now pushing Lesh to the outside. Not sure if Lesh wanted to go to the outside there, but he didn't have any choice. And now going up through the middle again, Simmons is going to get there and bump Bouchard as they try and make their way to the front. It is still Brent Kirby out front, but man, this thing is getting quite racy here with 20 laps to go, and I'm surprised that it is getting as racy as it is, as these guys have broken away from a few of the cars here, as it looks like the 58 of Justin Kirby leading the second pack back there, but they are about 7 seconds adrift.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and bring up that other tower here so you guys can put the interval. You can see the distance, 7 seconds back to that backpack, so you can see what that has done. So it looks like the people are moving away from the 49, leaving him up to the outside, but the 49 is going to cling on to the back of the 11 and tail along here with everybody.
Simmons all over the back of the 11, trying to push him for all he's worth right now. But Ratcliffe on the inside. You got
there goes the
Kirby
11
on the outside, and there goes the 11 and the 2 of Porzuchek, and they're in the infield grass off the racing line, so it looks like we will stay green once again.
We have caution out again here as we go back.
No, you're still green.
No caution. Yeah, green's still out here. I'll go ahead and change the cameras here. It's already passed. We'll go back, just rewind it real quick, just to kind of see what happened. You can see the 49, on that tail of the 11. Just trying to, I guess, just get more speed, but it upsets the 11 as they come off the corner.
Yeah, you see right there, kind of gets him a little bit on the outside quarter panel.
Yep. So just a little bit of a wrong swipe there. Right there.
And unfortunately, Porzuchek gets caught up in the mess right there too, and they do a little bit of lawn maintenance on the front stretch right there. But yeah, I mean, again, Scott Bolster not in attendance here tonight. Unfortunately, he's not able to make it, and I think he was being the race steward here in the beginning of the race, but looks like his hotspot Wi-Fi died out on him, so he's definitely not in here at all. But we are still running green here, and I feel like there's a couple of those situations there where Scott may have thrown the admin caution, but still green, and we got a nice group of cars up here, the top 9 up here in this pack, and we got a lap car or 2 mixed in there as well. But at the front of the field now, Tommy Ryan on the outside, being pushed by his brother Jeff, and Jeff blinking out a couple times there, and you see that's why I think the 46 kind of jumped out of the way there. Didn't want to mess with the blinking car. Certainly slowed up that low line, and now both the Ryans are in first and second.
Yeah, we've seen obviously, Jeff Ryan, he started on the pole. He had a pretty good, qualifying lap here, but he's kind of hung out the dry right there in the middle. It kind of tends to be what happens here in this race. You can see the 99 move it up. They're kind of usually they do that. And Jeff Ryan and gets into Matthew Simmons. No, it wasn't Matthew Simmons. What was that?
That was Jeff Ryan and into the 8 of Mike Ells.
And no caution again.
Both cars getting away, but yeah, another situation there, and it looked like there were 3 or 4 wide, and that's definitely not going to work as tight as they're running right there. And looks like
the 49 came down 67. It looks like some net code. The 67.
Net code in between the 67 and 8, though, as the 8 almost goes over, as does the 67. That is not a fun ride for either car, and definitely going to be some damage for both of them, as they're going to have to limp that thing home, and it looks like Jeff Ryan is in pit lane.
There you see Jeff Ryan we're back live. Come on. Back. There's the yellow. 14 laps to go as Brent Kirby.
Well, we got another situation on the backstretch.
Oh my goodness.
Looks like it might have been the 49 again.
So I'm gonna go here real quick and then stop it. Oh. Quarter speed. Go to TV1, see what happened. Yeah, maybe just a little bit too much from the 49, getting into the 57, down into the 51 of Jake Lesh. The 57 getting into the 49 sends him to the wall. 57 is going to go for a ride. That's going to bring out the caution here late in the race, as we are now with 13 laps remaining. So interesting events towards the end here.
That is going to help to stack the field back up, and some of the guys that got sideways and shot on the wall and things like that, they have a chance now to catch back up to the field, and certainly if they have a faster pair, they'll be able to use it as well. Be interesting to see how many guys come down pit road. I mean, still plenty of laps to go here, about 10 laps to go once we get the restart. So realistically, the entire field can come back down here and get some fresh tires. Should be good to go on fuel, but they can top off in case this thing goes to overtime if they wanted to. Again, track position not exactly a big thing here at Talladega. You can go from the back to the front very quickly, but kind of surprised here. Only a few guys coming down pit road. A lot of guys decided to stay out.
Yeah, Tommy Ryan, Chris Bouchard, Peter Pazuchek, Tim Glass, Steven Johnson, all taken to the pit lane along with Jasper Crawford. So, teammates or just out there just going to get some new tires and try to make things work, maybe just have that little bit of an edge. There is only 12 laps remaining as we will continue to get, I think we have another lap. Yeah, just went past the first line, so we still have this remaining lap, and then I think one more, and then we'll be back to green. Woo! It gets nerve-wracking, car. And I guess with the smaller fields, when you have everybody's kind of running around and an incident happens, and the green or the yellow caution or the caution doesn't come out. Because iRacing doesn't catch it because of depending on where the cars are at, so it'll keep it green. But some of those I think that maybe they might have been cautions, maybe not have, but got a few cars with some damage on them back down or back, and a few cars that are a couple laps down. As Mike Ells, Jasper Crawford are 1 lap down, Matthew Simmons is 2 laps down.
Means we still have 14 guys on the lead lap right now. Looks like Trevor Hunt back out onto the track here and going to rejoin these guys still under caution here. Should be getting the 1 to go this time by. So when we get the green, it'll be 10 laps to go here at Talladega. If you haven't done so yet, please hit that like and subscribe and help yourself to everything that Syrian has to offer, as we've got a lot of racing from wall to wall here. Throughout the weekend, and multiple days where we have more than one race going on. The Core Racing Series is pretty much on its little quarter end break here, as the Xfinity Series will be starting up in a couple weeks, as will the GT Series on Thursdays. Will be starting up again in a couple weeks as well. But we still have plenty of action here. Obviously, UCRL here on Tuesday nights. On Thursday nights, we have VVR as well with their GT series. I'm sorry, their next gen series. So there's plenty of racing for you, and by hitting that subscribe, you get to see that everything that Syrian has to offer, and helps us, and it is no cost, obviously. So there's no reason not to hit that button and help us get close to 1,000. But we are 11 laps to go right now. Pace car lights are off. It's going to be 10 to go at the line. You got the teammates of Ratcliffe and Gherkin on the front row. Jake Lesh, James DeLone on the second row. Third row is going to be losing here. The third row is going to be Justin Kirby and Chris Bouchard, and then Tommy Ryan and Tim Glass on row number 4. Brzucek and JP Phillips will make up your top 10.
Yeah, so anybody on the lead lap still have plenty of time to make their way to the front to win this thing. But Carl, with you seeing that lap counter go to 10, does that put any pressure to you as a driver and getting to the front and being in a better spot for hopefully a win?
No, no. Again, my lap that I'm looking at is 5 to go. I don't want to do anything until 5 to go for a couple reasons. One, it's going to happen quick. Whatever you do, your move is going to, you're going to have to plan out that move, but you don't want to start making the moves until about 5 to go, because you don't want to show your hand too early. You don't want to hop to the middle or hop to the outside, and then all of a sudden people see that run coming and they go up to block it, or they try and jump in front of you. You want to kind of sneak attack it. But we'll see what these guys do. See when they start getting racy. But I think with this 10 to go here on the restart, I think it's about time to crank these guys up, turn the mics off, and give everyone out there a little love to hear it.
We'll do a little bit of love to hear at the wave of the flag of Barney here as they come down but we are back under green as the drivers get on the loud pedal with Andrew Radcliffe leading them off in the turn number 1. short break here as we listen to the sounds and the action of these cars winding up. We're coming down to 5 laps to go as we cross the start finish line as everybody is bobbing and weaving. We got up front, we got Tommy Ryan, Grady Gerken, Steven Johnson, Jake Lesh, Justin Kirby, Andrew Ratcliffe, JP Phillips, Trevor Hunt, and Jeff Ryan, Peter Zuchek for your top 10 as they continue to swap back and forth. It's going to be a wild one here as the drivers are now pretty wide fighting for the lead, Carl.
Yeah, for a while there were 3x3x3, and it looks like we're about to start doing that once again. As Tommy Ryan had a little bit of time in the sun there at the front of the field, but it's back to Gerken now. Down on the bottom, Tommy Ryan leading that middle pack. And then on the outside, you have the 58 of Justin Kirby leading the pack out there. And you see the guys behind him, some of them towards the back of the pack, just kind of going back and forth, trying to figure out which line they would like to join. But we got 4 laps to go here at Talladega to settle this thing. And, I mean, that time by, throw a blanket over the top 9 guys as we're 3x3x3.
You don't get any closer than that. It's like I put my matchboxes on my carpet when I was a kid, racing around like a throw rug that I just set up for some sort of racetrack. But yeah, these drivers are doing a heck of a job running side by side here. With 4 laps to go, you see a little bit of lane changing back to 2 wide now. Tommy Ryan now up front with Steven Johnson pushing with Justin Kirby on the outside.
So back down to 2x2 now as we come back to the stripe. Will be 3 laps to go. Tommy Ryan in the lead. On the outside is Justin Kirby trying to get the run. And they're going to pull up alongside. 3 to go here at Talladega. Who's going to get out to the front at the right time? That's really what the call is. Doesn't matter who's in the lead right now. Who's going to get that lead coming through the tri-oval? Because a lot of times we'll have a pass coming off of turn 3 and 4 there, but that won't end up being the game-winning pass. It's going to be the one coming through the tri-oval, and there's a lot of times where they'll wreck going through the tri-oval, and it could be the guy that's in 6th that ends up getting the win. So we'll see how everything plays out here. As Kirby inches ahead there, he's got JP Phillips, your points leader, trying to push him, but it's second in points on the inside there. Tommy Ryan, a guy that has won quite a few races so far this year, looking for another one here at Dega. 2 to go.
Yeah, you're looking to get another win here to close that I mean, it's a little gap between first and second. I think what did I say? It was 35 points. But it's hard to close when your competitor is finishing right behind you pretty much every race. And right now they're battling for P number 2. The 99 is in a tough position, being down at the bottom. It is one of the safer spots on the track as far as here at Dega. But obviously, like you said, kind of like a sitting duck. You really need commitment from the driver behind you to push you to the win in order to fend them off here. And you can see Justin Kirby out front right now, and you're going to watch a 22 of JP Phillips go to the outside with that momentum. So JP Phillips will be looking, if he was in this position, this is the final lap. So we're setting up for the finish here, and you're going to see some of these drivers in that back of the pack trying to make that run off that turn 3. But we're heading down the backstretch now. We are now 3 wide. The 28 of Chris Richard in the mix there. He's a lap car. 24 trying to push to 67 up. It's going to...
Back of a save by the drivers right there. 3 wide now. Coming to the tri-oval, still side by side for the win. Who's going to side draft at the right time? Getting close there. JP Phillips, a little bump there, is going to get it done. And, man, 0.08 separating your top 3. It looks like it's going to be JP Phillips, Trevor Hunt, Tommy Ryan. Justin Kirby's going to go sideways across the line, and he'll finish in 4th. Steven Johnson, what a comeback for the 11, as you remember earlier in the race. He was 2 laps down, trying to figure out how he can get back in this race. He comes all the way back to finish in the top 5. But what a finish, and I mean, can't say I didn't call it. They a lot of times they'll wreck coming through the trial to figure out who's going to take this win, but it was JP Phillips, your points leader. I mean, Jimmy, I told you love being the points leader coming to Dega, didn't I?
No, I mean, he was kind of optimistic, as obviously it's a crapshoot, and you can see how towards the end of this race how it really wasn't sure. As you can see them coming down here. I'm going to switch cameras here for as a photo shoot here as they cross. As you can see the 58 going sideways there down towards the inside wall, but we're going to cross here and you can see how close it is. JP Phillips out front, and then Trevor Hunt just inching by Tommy Orion there for the finish. So let me take a pause here, and I'll go ahead and rewind that just a little bit. Oop, and oops. I'm no good at this. I need quicker buttons. Right, full speed. Pause. Quarter speed. And there it is. So there's your photo finish there of the 22, the 59, and then the 99. And you can see in the picture the 11 of Steven Johnson managing to get through. And that little slide there by the 58 is going to end up moving him back to P number 4. As if I click by a frame there, you can see him come by just closest to us. But good finish. Did get a little wild there towards the end, and I'm sure when we talk to the drivers, they might have a little something to say on the close racing there at the end, as it's always a crapshoot here at Talladega. But nonetheless, a good finish there by JP Phillips, Trevor Hunt, Tommy Ryan, and then the rest of the field. Obviously, I know how crazy it is to get out there, and as easy as it is still it really does work on your nerves.
We will bring in our top 3 here in a second, as I'm sure they're more than happy to get out the car and give an interview here, as that was a one to sweat here coming down towards the end. But I mean, it's Dega. It's something where you're white knuckling it all the way until you cross that line. And I mean, even for Justin Kirby, he was still white knuckling it as he was sideways coming across that line. But JP Phillips in the right spot at the right time and gets the win here tonight at Dega after 70 laps. We didn't take overtime and had a couple cautions here. Could have potentially been a little bit more, but luckily these guys ended up keeping it green, and it is the 22 getting it done here tonight. And I mean, that's pretty much as close as it was right there for the finish. There's your photo finisher, Jimmy. He's not away from the stop for you.
Barney is inspecting the cars and make sure that there wasn't any the issues there. You get the 28 of Chris Bouchard, give him just a little nudge there. Congratulations, and because it does get frustrating. And there's the 99 of Tommy Ryan coming in the picture. So as they take a little snapshot there, or save it for Scott Bolster, as he does post on the website the finishes of the race. But JP Phillips walking away a winner again. It's really making things tough here for Tommy Ryan to. He can't let basically he can't sleep, and Tommy Ryan is going to just need to continue to put the pressure on the 22 of JP Phillips if he wants to have that points lead at the end of the season.
Yeah, no more super speedways on the calendar, so he can go ahead and destroy that car and burn it down as much as he wants to, and they'll bring out another car for next week. Let's go ahead and start our interviews here tonight, and the first is going to be our third place finisher, Tommy Ryan, and Jimmy Ryan to take him.
Hey Tommy, it's Jimmy and Carl up in the booth. You copy, buddy? And
let's try that again. There we go. Now we go. In the booth.
Hey Tommy, it's Jimmy and Carl. Do you copy?
Yes, sir. How's it going?
Oh, pretty good. I seen an eventful, not eventful race. Definitely a lot of excitement there towards the last quarter of the race, with some swapping back and forth, everybody trying to get position. But you walk away tonight, you're probably trying to hope to gain a couple points on the elusive JP Phillips, but he sneaks out another one here, just by a couple positions, so it's going to gain a couple more points on you for the championship. But give us a little bit of rundown of how your race went, as it was pretty eventful for the 99, and we didn't talk much about that Northern Tool Equipment machine.
Yeah, I just I just wanted to. Hopefully, I was hoping we could ride and get to pit stops, and that would have been a little more exciting than just trying to avoid, wrecked cars and across the track. But it is what it is. Through the whole race, I only had about a second of damage, which I got fixed on that last stop I did. And then hopefully I was just going to try to get in the lane that would go, and then Justin got down in front of me on the bottom, and I had no choice but to push him because there wasn't anything open on the top, and JP and Trevor were up there, which teammates of mine anyway. But it was overall pretty fun race. The car was fast. It's typical plate racing. You're at the mercy of everybody around you, so you just control what you can control, and hope for the best.
Yeah, we did see there that it looked like a lot of the teammates were kind of a few seconds back, just kind of lingering, and I was assuming that you guys were just kind of under kind of team orders or team acknowledgement of each other's, like, let's just hang back here, as the front pack was having their like swaps for position back and forth a lot more than y'all back there. But was that kind of the plan, just kind of, hey, let's just hang back just a little bit, and if they decide to race and something happens, we're out of it? And obviously it played into your benefit, as you guys were able to miss the one caution that came out there that allowed you to all kind of get jumbled back up with the leaders.
Yeah, once we saw some things happening up front, we just wanted to save the car, and let's just we're just like, let's just get back here and hang out for a second and a half, whatever it was, and we'll just ride. And so yes, that exactly was the plan, and they inevitably did end up tearing a bunch of stuff up, which thankfully we were a part of. But as the race goes on, there was some very aggressive driving, people shoving their way through the middle and things like that, which I think eventually caused some more chaos. But it's unfortunate. But it's, if you're trying to get laps back or whatever the plan was for that guy, it's he had to do what he had to do. So.
Yeah, I mean, it always, we've all probably been there in that situation where you kind of, at a situation where you're like trying to, obviously get the best finish, and things happen. But either way, I mean, still, you can walk away here tonight with that P3 finish, again, up here in the booth. Like I said, I think we need to have an extra chair up here with your name on it half the time. But congratulations on the P number 3 at, what can be a trivial track and kind of a crapshoot. But again, from CRN, congratulations. We'll give you a little time to give any shout outs that you may have.
Yeah, thanks, Northern Tool. Go to northerntool.com. We got a lot of stuff on sale for spring. Thanks to my teammates. We come to, like I say, every week we come to the track prepared. We know what we need to do to put in victory lane, and unfortunately the fields are pretty small, so the chances are pretty high of winning. But we would like to have a bigger car field, so hopefully some guys that signed up will start coming back out, because it's attendance is a little off right now, but we're still having fun.
Yeah, I guess that's the biggest part, is having fun. So again, congratulations, and hopefully we'll see you next week at the Milwaukee Mile.
All right, man. See you.
That is your third place finisher here tonight, the 99 of Tommy Ryan. Second place here tonight is going to be the 59 of Trevor Hunt, and there's been probably 3 or 4 guys that will qualify themselves as the comeback driver of the race, but there's not much else you can say about just blow your engine halfway through the race and come in second. That's it.
Yeah, it's almost 3 laps down, right? Like, what the hell? I did not expect this at all. I was like,
Talladega's easy.
Yeah, no. It's about time I've had some luck at one of these plate tracks.
I mean, you had to have bad luck before you had good luck.
It's true, right? It puts everything into perspective. Yeah, no, I was like, I don't know how I blew the motor either. Like, I was just really trying to stay under Brent so we could keep the gap with the pack that was ahead of us, and it wasn't blinking. Very long, right? So, but I think I'd kept the temperature just a little too close, and normally you could get like a lap and a half with it blinking, and you as long as you backed out, but you were okay. But I think it was like a lap, or sorry, a half to three quarters of a lap, and it just let go. I think it was just because so many laps up, at the top of that it blew. So I'll be paying more attention to that as we do more of these plate tracks. But when it happened, I was like, God dang.
I joke with Jimmy, you're running the Ren and Stimpy car there. I was wondering if the engine was made by Blammo, because that's certainly what it did right there. But yeah, it was kind of interesting where it went up there for you, because it's not like you were tucked right up behind him. You weren't pushing. You were kind of off him there a little bit in the corner, and then all of a sudden we seen the puff of smoke. And honestly, if we didn't see the puff of smoke, we would have thought maybe it was just JP running over you there. But I mean, what a comeback! I mean, obviously, take us through the emotions of the race here. I mean, the car goes up there. You're just trying to limp it back to pit road just to get that faster pair, and you're stuck. You said 3 laps down.
Yeah, I just, at that point, I had just resigned myself to just helping my teammates at that point. And then things kind of started happening, and then when I got back to, actually what happened is I got 3 laps down, and then I didn't get quite lapped. It was like 2.9 or whatever, and so when the yellow came out, I'd already pitted, right, because I got my faster pair, and then I ended up getting 2 laps basically back through that cycle because of that. And then, of course, the way the end of the race played out, I got that lap back because when some cars got collected, I don't remember exactly where, Jasper backed out, and I was like, oh, now's a chance, and I floored it and just blew by him. And then I just kept Justin between me and him as we were trying to chase down the lead pack, and then the yellow came out. So I got super lucky. Things just kind of fell my way. So I'll take it and go home smiling tonight.
Absolutely. Any thoughts there coming to the line of what you could have done differently? Maybe duck out a little bit earlier on the 22, and then seeing if you could try and get the win yourself?
No, I wasn't trying to get a win there. I was trying to push. I mean, this is my teammate in front of me, and we had Justin to the inside and Tommy, and I mean, Bouchard was, just behind me. I was just trying to push those guys to the line. And everybody on this team deserves the win. So, yeah, I think if I hadn't pushed JP, neither he or I would have gotten that. I think Justin would definitely have gotten that win because Tommy would have been right on his bumper. So, well, yeah.
Heck of a comeback here tonight, and I think we had the Formula One voting and be driver of the race for sure. With the there's not often that somebody can blow a motor halfway through a race and come back and finish the race, let alone finish in the top 3. But you did it here tonight, so congrats on that. Who do you want to thank and give a shout out to on that car tonight?
Just the team. We didn't put a lot of prep into this week because it's Talladega. We just kind of worked out strategy and qualifying. So, but yeah, the team, we always try to work well together on these tracks and strategy. Scott for putting on a great league. I really enjoy racing here. You guys for the great broadcast. It's always fun. And everybody else in the league who's racing clean. So I think we got a good group of guys. Last week was terrible. It was very messy for me, but hopefully we'll fix that going forward. But that's it. Yeah, I just appreciate everybody.
All right. Well, congrats here on the comeback on the second place here, and we'll see you next week at the Milwaukee Mile.
Thanks, guys.
That's your second place finisher here tonight, the 59 of Trevor Hunt. Finally, we'll bring in the man of the hour, your points leader. And I mean, just coming as a points leader here at Talladega, obviously you got to feel good and, coming away with the points lead after it. So, Jimmy, why don't you go ahead and take the 22?
Hey, JP, Jimmy and Carl up in the booth. You copy, pal?
Absolutely, man. How are you guys today?
Well, pretty good, and I'm sure, I mean, just in your voice, you can hear that you're still kind of in awe at walking away a win here at Talladega. It's one of those tracks, you know you can do it. Anybody can do it. It's just, can you be in the right spot at the right time, have the right people around you, and finish well here, and you walk away a winner here tonight. We did notice that obviously towards the beginning of the race, it looked like you and your teammates kind of fell to the wayside just a little bit, just to kind of run single file, just kind of keep the field within that 2.5 second time frame. It looked like basically, like if it's something that I was thinking I would do as a driver, is basically let's fall back just a little bit, but not too far back, and then we can run them down after we hit the halfway mark, or after your fuel stop. But you guys did a great job of running together. Give us a little bit of rundown of your race tonight and how kind of things felt for you.
Yeah, like you said, I'm in awe, shocked. But it went well. You're right. It was pretty crazy early on up there, so we thought we would drop back there and just hang and let things play out and wait till after the first pit stop before we really made any moves. It sort of worked out. We got up there and it got tangled up with the 67 and the 49, I think it was. Got some damage and lost the draft. And honestly, at that point, I tried my best to get that spider wire tied onto somebody's bumper, but it just would not hang on. So I'd resigned myself. I was like, well, we'll just ride around here and see what happens. We got lucky, got the caution. And then a lot of teamwork from there, man. We ran I think we ran the top, the middle, and the bottom. And it worked out. I was actually resigned to pushing Justin to the win there. Now I did have some strategy. I was pushing him as hard as I could. I was hoping that maybe I could get him out in front of Tommy and that he would drop down in front of Tommy, and then I'd be the lead car on that outside. And that's exactly what happened. And then from there, I just got to give a shout out to the 59. He put his bumper on my bumper, and we went across the checker flag first. So great run by all those guys. A lot of fun the last 10 laps or 12 laps, whatever that last run was. And I don't know, maybe you guys can verify, but I think the only lap I led was the last lap.
I'm pretty close to, maybe you stuck one in there if you were up there or like early on in the race. I know a lot of it kind of blends together as, 70 laps. Some people don't realize how long that is in the car. It's over an hour driving around Talladega. Then add some cautions in there where you're probably shooting, talking with your teammates and making sure, you guys got your strategy down for the end as the race progresses. But no, it's a long time in that car, and to walk away here a winner at a race like this with the drivers of of the caliber that's in UCRL. I mean, it's just, you got it. Talladega's one. You need a little bit of a lot of luck and a little bit of skill, obviously, to get walk away or finish here. But I don't think that's the case here. As right now you're sitting on top of the points, and you finished another two places in front of Tommy again. So this extends your lead going into the second half, or this is the beginning of the second half of the season. So now you go off to the Milwaukee Mile. What are your chances running there and continue this run in the points that you got for the season?
Yeah, I was really worried about these last two races, the race at Montreal and then Talladega just being a wild card. We survived the Montreal race, and to come out here with a win, I think is huge. I hadn't really thought about points a whole lot to here, but I think this was big, and to be able to gain 5 or 10 points on whatever we did on Tommy there. Anytime you can get a few on that guy, you got to take them. So I think it'll be a tight race down to the end, and I think you got some guys like Grady and Justin and Trevor and those guys hanging around the back that you never know what might happen. So we'll try to keep this 22 spider wire car up front. I feel pretty good about the rest of the tracks, except for maybe Myrtle Beach. I've not ran a lot of laps there, so we'll see how that goes. But the rest of them, I think I can hang on these guys' bumpers and see where we end up.
Well, I look forward to watching the remaining 9 races here this season with UCRL and these Xfinity cars, and see if you can walk away the champion this year. And right now you're the big favorite, as you have obviously the best finishes. You got a bunch of wins underneath your belt now, and you're the guy to beat, so you're going to get a lot of pressure from the other drivers, but I think you'll be able to handle it. But from CRN, want to say congratulations on tonight, and give you a little bit of time to give any shout outs that you have on that car.
Yeah, shout out to all the Black Magic guys. Great run there. Like I said, I was resigned to pushing Justin to the win, but glad things worked out the way they did. Gave us both a chance to get it, and thanks to the 12 or 13 drivers that were up front that last run. That was really clean. A lot of good racing. We did a lot of 3 wide racing. So awesome run at the end, and thank you guys for the broadcast.
Very appreciated, JP, and hopefully we'll see you up here in the booth again next week at the Milwaukee Mile. But until then, we'll let you go ahead and celebrate with your friends and family.
Appreciate it, man.
That is your winner here tonight, and points leader, the 22 of JP Phillips, as he grabs win number 2 here on the season. We are down to 9 races, so the second half is officially kicked off here, and really you can say, silly season, wild card season, whatever you want to call it, is over. We're done with the road course that happened last week. We're done with the super speedway that happened this week, and now it is going to be who's the best driver throughout the rest of the season here, as we got some driver specialty tracks, and you may see some of the the short track specialists kind of rise to the top when you get tracks like Richmond or Myrtle Beach coming up. But for the most part, it is going to be very interesting to see how these guys finish out the schedule. But a big win here tonight for JP Phillips, and certainly a surprising win, and surprising second for Trevor Hunt as well. But even we talked about Steven Johnson, heck of a comeback for him as well. So these guys, it's Talladega. There's usually going to be half the field that is licking their wounds, and the other half that are just absolutely ecstatic that they finished where they are. But congrats to everybody that made it here tonight. And Jimmy, final thoughts here on Talladega. Didn't really see a big one per se, but a couple mini ones that definitely took their toll on these drivers.
Yeah, we sit here and watch from a third person perspective, and sometimes obviously we'll hop down maybe the cockpit, with the driver to kind of see what they're doing. But these races they can be intense. They're down there and trying to make things work. But a lot of times, a lot of people have different setups, and that can really kind of affect it. I mean, everybody can be fast, and no matter what setup you have out there, it can be your general setup to your most elaborate that you got out there, and you can be just as fast in either one. But the big part is with some of the bigger setups or the more elaborate setups is having the awareness. When somebody's alongside, can you see somebody? Do you have your virtual spotters and all that stuff? It does get real frustrating, but the thing is, when you're racing this close, I know the tension can get high between drivers. And the thing is just to maintain your cool, keep going. And remember, it's just you're out here trying to have a good time and get the best finish possible. And I know everybody's a great competitors out there, and there's always next week. But next week we'll be at the Milwaukee Mile, and I'm really looking forward to that one. It's edging on that short track thing, Carl, but
a mile. It is a mile.
But it is a mile. So,
leave it alone.
We're looking forward to watching all these drivers here at UCRL attack that track and put on yet another great show for all the fans out there on CRN.
Absolutely, and hopefully all you out there will join us once again next week at the Milwaukee Mile for that one. Going to be a little flat track racing there, and it usually puts on a pretty good race. So we'll see what these guys can do for an encore after this one, but make sure you hit that like and subscribe so you are in touch with everything that CRN has to offer and UCRL. But for myself and Jimmy at the Talladega Superspeedway, we'll see you at the track.
Peace.